Yo, what's up, guys? Alright, let's see. It's a pretty good team to start with here. Like, I'm queuing with adapting, but getting divas and brutal as well is pretty good.
Select your god.
Haven't played a Paul in a while. Last night, as I was going to bed, I was just laying in bed, I was thinking, I really want to play a Paul. Smite is taking too much of my life at this point. I live in it. Interesting. What am I against? It's gotta be Neath, I guess. Acne ADC, maybe? And Neath. I don't fucking know, actually. It could be any of them. Except for bots, probably. Aegis beats. I don't know actually. Think it might be a beats game. Maybe I go blink. Oh, it's Seagull Hunker Golken, okay. Okay. I actually want to try something else. I want to try the lifesteal build on him. Still will go slightly tanky, because probably have to with this aspect, but I want to at least get a Devils going.
Dila, no.
Minions have spawned.
I have a bad feeling about this though.
You're going from the couch, man.
Oh, hello.
I think I'm gonna
Mess.
have a rough time into Gokulkan. Without having Bluestone at least.
I'm gonna do this, Silla. I got something. Just
Hello,
wait.
Poseidon. Good to see you. Missing 2 autos, that was pretty rough. I'm surprised you stuck around though.
Asking. Oh, he's mid.
What, you want to gank between towers? He's walking up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, dude, that would have been so bad if we got a kill. Do I dive this? Probably not. Fucking hell, man. Blink bots. It's been unfortunate that Huyi showed up and now he's not 5.
Save yourself. Be right back.
I'm ulting over.
Wash them away.
Ultimate is ready.
Yo, Humbat is playing. I can just go him all the time.
Your middle tower is under attack. I have attacked.
Cursing is forbidden. Enemy spotted.
I'm just gonna go for Humbats.
Do I back here? Probably. I want to poke the tower. Just a little bit. I really should back with Devos though.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing.
Beneath ult down.
Another one.
Your left tower.
I have sound there.
Okay.
Cuckoo beats an ult.
Yo, we just hit the goal, man.
Range shall wash them away. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury. Your left tower is under Your left tower is under attack.
Hello, Nectar. Yeah, this was pretty rough. I shouldn't have stayed. I was hoping I could outplay him. But yeah, beats diff. Unfortunate.
An enemy has been slain.
Be right back.
I almost got him.
He has no beats for a while. If your ult coming up soon, I guess not.
I'll be right back.
On my way.
I mean, why are we in left?
Cursing is forbidden.
I'm just falling behind now because I guess people are just not here. Well, either not here or here for no reason. So far, that just really sucks for me. Won a solo endgame, nice man. Play Vulcan solo into Yorm. This dude did not have fun. It sounds like a not that bad of a matchup for the Yorm, to be honest with you. Feel like that sounds like it shouldn't have been that bad for him.
Your right tower is is under attack.
Let's try and get as much farm as I can now, because this lane is so fucking cooked. He has a full level on me now for literally solo killing him twice.
Protocol initiated.
Let's get vision on those.
Wash them away.
Enemy missing left.
Attack
Enemy
right
missing
leg. Your left tower.
Who can ult?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, this should feel a little better once I actually have regen with this whole lifesteal built.
Go do the rocks.
Sure, I'll come.
We own this jungle.
Alright, this is where it becomes complicated, because what the fuck do I build now? Actually, it's not actually that complicated. I want to go shifters. I think shifters is a great item on Apollo. Good amount of protection, gives me health. Gives me exactly what I want. How the fuck did that reach?
My deal now.
Yeah, that's cold down.
We should fight mid.
Your left tower is under attack.
I can
Yeah, they're getting tower on left.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
I am surprised at how much bots has been ganking me so far.
I'm killing him.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the
I'll be
gold
right back. I'll attack the
He's still fucking here, man.
Everything goal.
Yeah,
go
you guys have fun, it's alright. Fucking hell, bro.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, what the... Stop. I mean, I guess I kind of get it, because I don't have beats. I'm very easy to CC for him. But still, fuck off.
Destroyed the gold fury.
Is it time to start zoning him, man? Maybe that's the play.
No beats of her. I will do 40.
be right back.
I'm gonna
Yeah, we
zone
got-
Kukul kind of bit. He might come to you guys in mid.
Yeah, I think it was gonna be. I'm fine. I'm holding 15. I think we should just go in.
Let's sneak alt down.
Attack.
I'll look for neither combats.
Enemy missing right.
Looking for.
I'm backing. I'm gonna TP mid.
He's slow.
How to get this?
No, it's over.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
No, pyro.
We're coming.
The
I'm not really sure what to do here. It feels like someone isn't doing something.
Your right tower is under attack.
I get the now.
I just fucked my ult though, I kinda missed them butts.
Enemy ultimate. Be careful, right?
They're looking for you in right, bro. You can bullet G. Guys, you can bullet
Alt.
Sure, Cuckoo is here as well.
Wait, you wanna do big?
box.
I'm ulting to you.
Just to pull big, pull big.
Take portal.
Can you guys fight? We actually get this for free.
I don't
Oh,
do
my
that
guy's
much
just
damage,
dead anyway.
but
I'm not helping this guy.
This is pretty bad. Bro, but I'll give you
Oh,
power. Help us. I have Thunder.
just come follow me if you need to get up.
Last with me. We should fight. Maybe.
I can hold the whole bats, yeah.
I'm waiting for his
Yeah.
jump.
Please stand underneath. Don't fight this.
Pulling wall. Oh! Oh.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold fury.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Come back here. I'll take this one.
You okay?
You got that jump.
Romancer has arrived.
I can jump.
Attack left tower.
Ah, portal for you in 3. Backing.
Ultimate is ready.
3 kin hand.
I'll attack right lane. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Enemy
I'm ulting for Kukulkan.
On my way. Your left tower
I'm
is
coming,
under
listen.
The rain shall wash them away.
I'm gonna go pyro.
Enemy has been slain.
Easiest assist in my life. Just fly by, get an easy assist.
Saddle up this performance.
I really do need some more attack speed too. Let's just go for Looney Bow. I didn't really think this build through. I just knew I wanted to do the lifesteal stuff, but I wasn't really
This shit's OP!
Destroyed the
gonna go for
pyro.
anything. I wasn't really gonna go for like too much health either.
Is this your creation?
Nah. Good buff.
Plagiarism.
So,
No, that's where you say yes. It's completely my own.
I mean, war is about playing Fenris support creation.
Completed.
I'm just playing Yasuo because it got buffed. I was playing normal.
I have ult ready.
It's
I'm
me-
ulting
me
to you.
down.
Again.
I'm good. Me ult.
Got the knife.
Kukulkan here. They're looking for me again.
Gonna go left.
They need to stop this shit.
I'm clearing wave and coming.
Bots is still in the jungle.
But is there.
I'm coming. Actually, I'll go defend right. You guys got the champ.
Completed.
Bro, I'm never hitting 20 at this rate. There's always like 5 million people in this fucking lane.
Neath.
I'm gonna go in the poop.
I'm here.
I have stun.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the fire giant. Attack the fire giant.
Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the fire tower. Your right tower is under attack.
I would like to get death toll, but
Has been destroyed.
oh well. Need 20 for that.
I come.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Attack the gold fury.
Attack right tower.
I'm coming, team. I have portals for you.
Fucking everything on me,
Come
man.
to me, comrade.
You go HP. I think you just TP yourself.
Fucking hell, bro. Every time I try to help someone out, I die for it.
Got it?
It's actually been kind of the play of the game so far, is that when they only go on me, I've been generally fine. I can generally just mess and get the fuck out. But when I try to help someone, I just fucking, I dash, I blink, I'm just go all in. Maybe I get a kill, but then I just die for it.
That's here.
It's a tragedy. But yeah, I think my general consensus on this build is also
You
just
guys can
that.
push it, no?
No, actually, this is a bad test for it too,
cool,
because
that's cool.
normally you're against like a melee character where the lifesteal can be used a bit easier, but
Good job.
like there was no one in front of me ever to hit. Bots is the only melee character they have. Like the support and solo are fucking mages. So this build was just a bad time to try it. I should have just gone for a normal Apollo build.
Retreat.
Going just 4. Yes, Logan.
I'm ulting over.
Need speeds.
We're throwing at this point. Once again, I maintain frontlines are useful again. People should play them. I'm still on the side that I think they're pretty rough. I don't think they're like useless at all. I still think you can be useful with them. But my main problem with them is how much damage anything backline will do to you in a single CC. That's my main issue. You get CC'd once and there's just a chance that you insta-die even though you have your full tank. That just feels bad. And it's not as fun to play in something like Ranked where, like, especially in solo where you have to just clear a lot of waves. Going full tank feels like shit, because for the majority of it you have to clear waves and it takes a million years. It's just really unfun in that aspect as well. Bro, they're comp actually. I should have way more magic defense.
The rain shall wash them away.
Huge. Delano actually coming out huge in this game.
It's a pyro or something.
Be right on my way. On my way.
It doesn't have beats on it, bro.
I'm ulting in.
Careful with him.
Enemy Phoenix.
Bye. G.
That's beats.
Type shit.
On my way. Set up an ambush here.
1 HP.
Just killing the cuckoo when I can.
He's alive now.
He's 1 HP. He ran down the way. Nah, my bad. I got fucked up by Polly.
I say, jolly good show, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm just not tanky to him at all. Which obviously makes sense when I don't have any protection into him.
I have ult for you in 4. Wait, I'm gonna outright maybe.
Maybe it's the only hunter situation here.
Oh.
Get that just raw mitigation for when I'm close to
We're
someone.
seeing right? I have no info.
Ultimate is ready.
Did he back?
Don't see him anywhere at least.
Enemy missing right. Attack the fire giant.
I also thought, like, I guess my Neiman must have run out, because so I'm pretty sure my Neiman should have finished him off if he hit me for, like, as much as he did with his ult. Like, 1.1? That should have been a kill.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Do I go look for Acne? I think I do.
Portal.
I'll get out again. You jumped in.
The rain shall wash them away. Double kill. You are fabuloso.
Game is playing his own game.
Like a champion.
Oops.
I'm dealing with acne, man.
Attack very well.
Enemy has been slain.
Completed.
Deicide!
She last with the follow. I'm kind of fun. I could just tank the whole Titan with that HP, with my shields.
Victory.
No, so close to top damage. It's the only thing that matters. I mean, we weren't even close, if you look at the enemy team at least. Kukul can poke too strong. Like, my build was actually nice for just for 1v1s. Like, I think I should win into most, like, backliners. Granted, should have had some magic protection into Kukulkan probably. But into most ADCs, I feel like I should win with this build, like, just because of Nemean. The Shifter's Nemean combo with the extra HP. And if they had crit, I would probably just have to go for a Spectral as well, which is just even better on Apollo, because it has like 400 HP as well. Not a bad game, but also not a great game. Definitely made some mistakes here and there. But yeah, I mean, I haven't streamed for what, 2 days now? I was going to stream yesterday, but I woke up so late, bro. No joke, I woke up at like 3. It was not good. So I decided, you know what, it's way too fucking late. I have shit to do before I, sit down and stream usually. And so I decided, don't stream, man. Don't even like stress about that stuff, because I really want to. But at that point, it was just too late. That was the stuff that I had to do and shit before I could even sit down and start streaming. Like, the latest I generally feel like I want to stream is like 3. If I wake up at 3, that's good. But yeah, I still played a little bit at night. There was some good queues happening, and I mean, I've been winning a lot actually off stream. It's been going pretty well. Actually, apparently I am on a gigantic winning streak. I didn't realize. Actually, there's a few assault games in there. There we go. Still pretty big. So yeah, it's been nice. 30 hit you hard. Yeah, it's been rough, bad. I can't deal with it. No, but in reality, I don't even know why I woke up so late. I didn't change anything. Like, I just went to bed at usual time. I guess my body was fucking exhausted. And I mean, there's also the point that when you don't have anything to do, like, I don't have a job, right? So sometimes you just wake up one day and you're like, do I even need to get up? And then you just kind of fall back asleep, which kind of one of those days. Wake up thinking there's no point. You try again. I gotta get my shit together though. I absolutely fucking hate waking up late. Wait, is this the boss that gets stronger with every skill that I use? Because that's really terrible with this character. All I do is skill cards with my orbs. Yeah, whenever you play a skill, it gains 2 strength. Bro, that's so cooked for this. I'll do that though, at least. I mean, I guess it is a mini-boss. Can I kill it this turn? I don't think so. Next turn, though. No, also not this turn, or Unless the orb hits. It does, okay, great. I mean, I still lost half my fucking health. I hate that boss. Sheesh. Let's just ban the Suku straight away. I think we just ban the Aladdin. Well, I got the Apollo out of my system. Now I actually don't know what to play.
Select your god.
I'll get a Shablanca game in. I don't really want to deal with it. And I'm still not even rank 5 on him. I gotta get rank 5. Let's go with just max HP. Fine. I'll take some gold for a curse, I guess. Fuck it. Actually, that costing 0 is kind of nice. Okay. Bologna. Okay. So we're pausing. Don't think adapting is here.
Yes.
That's too bad.
It actually fits me perfectly fine that I can think about this, because what the fuck do I build? I might maybe Gigabrain this and go Brawlers. Because she will be healing in front of me the whole fucking time in this game. It's still a 55 int item. It will give me... It's either that actually, or Oracle Helm of Radiance. That could also be kind of Gigabrained. Maybe that's even more Gigabrained. Some more power as well. I mean, actually, is it? Because the passive on Brawlers is real nice. Like that extra 4 second of 75 bonus. It's kind of nice. You have a bit too much SR for my liking. Wow. Why is it not to your liking, huh? What seems to be the problem here, Mr. Dutch? I mean, I guess I could do both, actually. Hey, why don't you take it, Dutch? That's a good question. I mean, this is definitely a gigantic farm lane for me. Ah, shit. I forgot to buy the flare. Do I have time?
Minions have spawned.
I don't think I have time. I'll have to do it later. I'll just do it manually then. No worries. Just in time. Don't know why I just took that. Probably shouldn't have. Could have avoided it. Let's go with my 2 here. I'll be sitting back for the majority of this anyway. Should be safe enough. Close one.
Check this out. Ooh.
I saw the vision.
Read like a book. That's what I would have said.
Be careful, right? Your middle tower is under attack.
Careful with an buck.
On my way. Completed. Be careful.
I don't know, on the post.
Nice.
No, Marigold as well, bro. How is the mid here too?
And a real enemy missing.
Yeah, she's in my ass.
No.
Wait, Poseidon is the support? No way, bro. Why is he on me then?
Tower is under attack.
That's under.
Dude, I'm getting ganked by the level 3 support. There's no fucking way. What is happening today?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Where's Dash?
I was like, why is Bologna in mid? It's fucking Morgan that turned into Bologna. It's fine.
Oh, this pulse damage, what the fuck?
Like it, but
That was sad, dude. I fucked him as well.
yeah, I was gonna say that was really for us. I was gonna say I think we're getting fucked anyways.
Do you miss Smite 1? Not really. I missed the balancing of Smite 1, but I think this Smite 2 feels much better to play. But the balancing in Smite 2 is atrocious.
Just back it.
I do miss that. That being good. Because Smite 1 balancing was good. Just not fight.
Be careful, midair.
By the way, this is like the only correct way to play support.
Do your thing, bro. He doesn't have beats. I mean, dash.
He's leveling his 3. I'm gonna be poked a lot this game, I guess.
The rain shall wash them away.
I think I'll just level my 2. Usually I'm a bigger fan of leveling the 1 so you actually have wave
Yeah,
clear,
me
but
too.
this feels like I have to build my 2 for self-defense in this one.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
You know the gold?
What next?
That was just back.
Might just have to settle for a Chronos Pendant, so I actually have cooldowns. And hello, Winari. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a little while.
Just do it.
What if I got like his old one more? I mean, he still has both. It's just that this one is the aspect version. This one is a mage aspect.
Destroyed the gold fuel.
That's unlucky, I guess.
Double kill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oops. It's weird, I think, because the one doesn't count as an auto, but you can still disarm it.
Enemy has been slain.
That seems weird to me. I guess some abilities work like that, though.
Enemy missing left.
Yeah, I thought one is the same, that's true. I guess it's just something that is activated by pressing left click. No, that does make sense. How am I gonna get dived there? He might dive me here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Wash them away.
Not a great attempt from him for a dive. He definitely should have gotten me no matter what I thought. I even fucked the first version of my 2.
Your middle tower is under attack.
But I mean, Helm of Radiance diff for sure. Let's go. I'm just gonna go Deso because I need the power,
Mark beats down.
and it will give me some form of fight potential too.
Thunderstruck.
The only thing that will really suck here is that I don't have any healing, which I would generally with Lightbinder.
Enemy missing.
Using backs.
Yeah.
The rain shall wash them away.
He's full damage by the way.
I'll take it.
He dies
Belone
in
all down.
root. You can go for the root.
Wait, 75 base
Job.
cooldown? That can't be
You
right.
hit nothing, but good job.
Yeah, I think the tower.
All you needed to do.
The 2 was actually mastermind.
Yeah, of course.
I was cutting.
Just
where
a
he
Belone
killed
diff,
his wall, you
playing
know?
a 2v1 in mid. Sol absolutely destroyed him. But it doesn't matter. Because she can transform. And I keep forgetting to buy my other ward.
On my way.
Dude, I am not being left alone once again.
You guys can work with us?
Both Poseidon and Morgan were left. Can we not do gold?
Just block the Merkle with your pillar.
I'll jump pillar it if I know where he's culting from.
They might have TP'd, so just keep an eye on.
Has arrived.
I got the Golden Thunder.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Belone is there as well. I'm just gonna push.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
Belone alt down.
If you get the tower, it's actually not that bad.
Yeah, I don't think I can. We'll see though.
I can come over.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is
Good luck, man.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
It's just so annoying, man. There's literally just always so many
That's what
people
killed
in
this guy.
solo. It's so annoying, and like, I don't even know. Whatever.
He's up here.
I'll just grab some early pen, I guess. I don't actually know.
3 kill for you.
I don't want to go for pen this game. I don't know, man. Fuck it. Go for the classic soul gem instead.
Your left tower is under attack.
They think you're hot. I think they just don't want the Triple 1K to get any sort of lead in any way, but who knows.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Middle tower.
Crack and Merc alt.
It does feel like right now, from what I'm seeing, is that Merc and the Poseidon just goes as like a group from lane to lane, killing stuff. And we are not in a position to really respond to it. It just sucks, because I'm actually winning my lane. I wasn't even expecting that.
I think Mag is working right. Yeah, he's around here. Okay.
Okay, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna lifesteal.
Please fucking kill them both.
That's insane. Lifesteal diff. Hello, King Bob. Good to see you.
Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, the Poseidon and Morgan then shows up to take my tower. That's fucking classic. Get mid tower, they just took left. Both Morgan and Poseidon were there. Actually, that fits perfectly.
I'm on the way.
The Pyroman has arrived.
I'm on my way as well.
Speeds.
Oh my god, I'm so close.
That was painful.
I'm gonna... I'm coming.
Hey, which one do you wanna do? We can do big.
Yeah, maybe we just go...
What do you wanna do? Gold?
Yeah.
Do you guys need me for it?
Your left tower is under attack.
Not really.
Alright, I'll just go for him.
Silent Strike is OP strike anyway.
Just let me know if you need my ult.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'm just gonna come pyro or something. I think if I try to push right, I'm gonna get insta-ganked again, so...
Yeah, probably. We can get Pyro, yeah. We can look for pulling after. Don't secure wave.
Agnes in right, so yeah, we just do pyro here.
No vision on below now.
That is down.
Your team has destroyed.
I'm gonna back and go right.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Okay, Zumbal. Okay, can we go here?
She has the full lifesteal build, I don't know.
I'm not in left, guys. Agnes missing right.
That's cracking down. I'm out, bro.
Tower is under attack.
Can I just go for right or no?
Mark,
Yeah, I think you
go for it. Mark is looking for an ult to you. They may try to really pull.
Careful there all around.
Yeah. They may try to pull. If they were
I can
ult, they
take
would.
it over. Missing right, missing
You
right.
should.
I think he's rotating.
Yeah, they just start now. They just start now. Okay.
I'm TPing, it's 7k.
You can still with ult through the wall. Just ult through the wall.
Team has destroyed the fire giant.
Morgan is low.
Alright, chasing one point.
Beats down Agni.
Just feels like we just can't fight back. They have so much pressure everywhere. Like, it is just... It feels like mid jungle support is literally running around doing whatever they want. We can't even punish a fucking Poseidon running around, and he's full damage.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's also a full... I mean, it's a full damage Poseidon with no beats. Like, he should be dying on cooldown. He has fucking Sunder.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Again, no beats.
You got the dagger. Yes, dagger. She's no ult.
The pyro.
Sure.
Or gold fury, I don't care.
You should defend going. I'm coming.
They're not on it.
Let's just bully them. If they have the bees, it's okay.
Zen behind.
Okay.
Strength is on my side.
I'm just gonna go Obsidian Shard regardless. I don't think I can avoid it. It's good either way into base protections, as some of my viewers have made me aware of during the last stream at some point. It's probably just always worth it to go up Shard.
I'm gonna try and get level 20 before FG.
Yeah.
I might be dead here.
The enemy team has destroyed
It would be up for FG.
Maybe I'm
Just
okay.
be careful left. They're more culting you, more culting.
Yeah, I couldn't get away. There's no tower. Some of them are half HP though.
Let me go left, Phoenix.
Damn it, I was literally thinking
Coming.
there's a chance they're all coming to me, but we just don't have vision. And I really fucked up by still not having this fucking...
Roy's low as well.
Should be able to defend here. Mark dash, mark dash!
Below ult. Kraken down as well.
I wanna heal.
Bees.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh no, the panic
We just
sunder.
FG now, guys.
Yeah, we get bomb.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
At least my death meant that they used some stuff on me. See if we can get fire then.
Demori ult.
Yeah, I should did, but it's just such a low fucking cooldown anyway. Pretty sure it's gonna
You
pick
just
up.
chip out this when it gets low, okay?
Yeah.
I have 3 DCs as well. I'm saving my cooldowns.
Yeah, just bomb. Just don't hit it once it's below 1k. The more is gonna be instead looking for play.
Come off, okay. You can hold now.
Enemy behind.
Guys,
That's
what the
early.
fuck?
I will as well.
But he's
Yeah,
gotta get
but-
for this. It's Herald.
Dude, this was so grief. What the fuck? Like, you can bomb it late and we just stop hitting it. It's like, that's just how we should do it.
Murgle down. Just dash. Yeah, I don't know how we fucked that one up, to be honest. That should have been free.
He's 1 HP with me.
Baron's coming to you.
Morgan and Bellona coming in, yeah. Like, in general, I think, especially for Smite 2, this is including people that are, like, good at the game. People are just generally fucking terrible at stopping hitting fire when someone throws down the bomb. Sometimes I literally say in comms as well, in, like, higher level games. And I'm literally saying, stop hitting it at 1k. People are still fucking hitting it. It's insane. People just can't fucking help themselves. Crack him down. At least we're getting some kills back, but this is pretty awkward.
On my way. Need wars.
I'm gonna invest a lot more money into wards now, because it's getting boring with how little vision we've had for the majority of this game.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left phoenix is under attack.
On my way.
Broke Poseidon for 1k.
I will just insta pull of G.
Poseidon just backed and left.
Just get vision then. Start getting vision.
Okay, if Mercus and Riot at the moment on gold, then I will definitely just push up another wave.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
More cult. Help.
Your Titan is under attack.
Nice.
Huge.
And
Hold you.
yeah. Also, I
I can give you an ult. I'm on my way as well.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
a bubble.
Careful, I'm just gonna defend Ryan.
Bro.
You got thunderstruck!
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
That's pretty rough. It's gonna be some long death timers and they'll probably just get fired for free.
Has arrived.
Are we giving FG or?
Think so. I don't think we can defend it, can we?
I don't know. We should have been able to if we don't fucking int there. We had FG for free, I think.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I still think we can defend at least. We have a good combat.
Mark doesn't have beats for a bit.
They haven't pulled yet.
They haven't pulled.
I always come.
I'm away then.
I'm coming then. They're gonna pull now.
Yeah, America's looking for.
Need to back
they're
fast.
looking for fight,
Just back.
They're looking for fight.
They're pulling, they're pulling.
They can stay.
I guess we just gave it. It's just done.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire tower. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Fabuloso!
Kraken down.
Your middle,
They're low at least, I don't know.
your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
Yeah, I just can't kill them. I'm not really sure why Vivius went in there. He just dashed in and died.
Defeat.
That should have been completely fine for us, I think. We have a great defense comp. I don't know why we even fight outside of Phoenixes. Literally made no sense. Like 11 deaths on Scylla is also pretty interesting. She's so hard to kill, I feel like. They do have a very high damage comp though. I definitely wish we played around the poke a bit more. Like, we had triple 1k full late game at this point. We should have just used that. Otherwise, there's no point in even picking it. If we don't want to play around it. I feel like I already had a plan on what I wanted to play today going in, but when I'm sitting here looking at all the gods, I don't really feel like playing anything. Might just have to go back to Zeus.
Select your god.
It's a sign to take a break according to my Smite studies. The problem is I enjoy the game, but not the gods as much. Hey, Deathwalker. I feel like I felt that way the majority of Smite 2. It's just because of the slow god releases. I'll always reach a point where I don't know what to play now. I've done it all. I'll just do Shablanka again, I guess. Gotta try and get a successful game with him. That's why I solved this easier. The thing is, I'm pretty sure I felt the same for the majority of Smite 1 as well. I had like go-to gods in Smite 1 that, you know, some of them are here, but Vamana obviously being the main one isn't here yet. So I can't just always fall back on some comfort picks. I played Apollo already today, so I don't want to do that again. Mordred is also kind of a comfort pick, but I think he's so bad right now that I just don't want to play him. So yeah, it's my comfort picks are kind of just out the window. Maybe I should have gone Apollo though, now that I think about it. Sounds more fun than Shablanka again. What am I even against? Pele? Shouldn't be too bad of a matchup, I guess. Or, no, I'm guessing it's gonna be Kukulkan solo and Pele mid, actually. Is that a Viva's jungle? Is this a Lifebinder angle now? No, I guess not.
I can use more.
I think I'll stick to Chronos Pendant into a Kukulkan. I'm having fun with item builds, at least. Because I think there's a lot of underutilized items that are still pretty strong. So that's probably what I'll be focusing on today. Trying some fun builds. Even though when you build mages, you generally have to build the same stuff, but at least I can start with something else and sell them. They don't have healing, so I definitely don't want to do brawlers. I could do a sphere. It's just expensive as fudge. There's also a Helm of Darkness. That could be kind of fun to play actually with Shablanka.
Minions.
If you can get right up in their ass, gotta get 2 off. Could actually be pretty fun, potentially. And this stealth is just fun. I forgot to swap my ward again. Oh my god, that is so nasty, they're invading.
Okay.
Poor Dark. Yeah, not worth it. Buy a hog. Sunder Shibbolunke, that could be something.
Good job. Nice work.
Why am I being warded right now, huh?
An enemy has left the game.
An enemy has been slain.
Come back! You damn snake. Go Canadian's down. And he's 1 HP.
I mean, I think they have 6ing anyway.
He's going the long way around. I'm just gonna chase him. You can go the below. And I'm dead. Whatever. Dude, the minions died. I think they surrender anyway, so I guess I can't be too serious about it. But yeah. Look at what I sent you. Alright, let me check. A serious suggestion? Damn. I'm pretty sure that's your FBI agent hitting you up. Who even invaded? I actually don't know who invaded. Outside of Vivas. I saw Susano. Man, why am I top pick now? I feel like I'm missing something crucial. Who's still open? I guess all the worst ones are out. Some Kong, I was thinking about it, but I think I fear Aladdin more right now. I mean, that's also the Shibbolunke, but is that Seagull playing it though? All right, what can I pick to just make sure he doesn't have fun? What's the plan? What if I picked Uller into it? Don't really think that's an easy matchup for Uller though, necessarily. But I want to play it, I guess. Like, Sun Wukong, I could have picked that just into it, and just no matter what, probably win. Because, yeah, I'll be stronger than him either way, early on and mid. But, I mean, it's still questionable whether I'm actually going to be better than him late game. Right, where was I at? That triple on K2 is kind of nutty. You're doing like, yeah, 1 to 2k mid game on me as well. I think, yeah, triple on K2 just does too much damage. It's very, very powerful. And I probably would have lost the matchup really hard if I didn't go Helm of Radiance. So I'm happy I went for it. But yeah, I mean, I had a Poseidon and or a Morrigan in my lane for the majority of that game. It was just too hard to actually play during the laning phase. And the one time I had a chance to solo you, I fucked it up. I should have waited for cooldowns and I tried to box it out, which was a gigantic mistake when my auto was doing like 50 damage. Oh, that's actually pretty decent. That could be good. Alright. Haven't played Uller in a little while. What could go wrong? Taking a break until 1k2 is nuking me for 1800. Yeah, understandable. I mean, he's probably going to be banned for the majority of games in the next patch, because there's going to be another 2 set of bans being added. Like 1 set of bans. So we're going to have literally 2 more bans. Like, when is it? Tomorrow? No, 2 days. On Tuesday. I've generally been a defender of we don't need more bans, we just need to actually start nerfing things, but since they're not nerfing things, I don't really mind more bans, but I feel like too many bans isn't good for the game either, because some gods will literally never be let through. And I don't think that's like good for the game either. Especially when there isn't that many gods. Like, things just aren't being nerfed correctly. They've been broken for so long. Just nerf things. It's okay to nerf things.
Minions have spawned.
And just buff others. Like, the fact that, I think especially Wukong, like, Suku is getting a big nerf in the next patch, but the int Wukong has not been touched at all. Are we serious? How has it not been touched? Maybe we should have axed, but whatever. And once again, guys, I'm gonna need you guys to remind me to actually swap up my word.
Thunder down Thor.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, why are these guys ruining the fucking queues?
I'm missing everything that should have been a kill.
Make this quick.
cooked.
Who is in solo?
On my bow. Enemy spotted.
I'll attack.
I'll put you down.
Follow me. Attack! Attack!
He's all the way in tower. I'll just zone him. I was just badly played by me. I should have had that kill about 2 times. He's no Aegis though.
I'm waiting.
Let's get level 3 for this.
I'm here. Can you just jump on him?
Sure.
Nice.
Be careful, right?
He's staying normal tower support.
Uller is definitely feeling a little rusty, but I'm sure I'll pick it up throughout the game.
I don't know where the jungler is. Behind you guys.
We should be fine.
I'm rotating over. If you can stay alive, I can maybe turn.
Save yourself.
I'm here now.
Falling back! Enemy missing middle!
We'll have that shit.
On my way!
That was ult.
Enemy has been slain.
I mean, the only thing they have to nerf on Ares, like maybe fix the cripple a bit, because the cripple just lasts for way too long in his in the chains, but like it lasts longer than the Smite 1, which is crazy. But the main thing they need to fix is his 2. It gives way too much protection in a meta where they have nerfed every fucking protection item in the entire game.
Shuba's backing. Ah, I'm just backing
It's
out,
so
dude. I don't
powerful.
wanna fight for this. Shuba can fast there, be careful.
How much do I need actually? I need 100 gold, right? Fuck. Alright, clear that wave.
Your left tower is under attack.
I see the Shubulunka here too.
He's trying to gank you.
Yeah, I'll just sit back.
Enemy missing.
On my bow.
I need the blue. Yeah, we can kill the Medusa.
Attack right lane!
Fight this.
Enemy missing left.
Cuckoo is missing. Nice here. Cuckoo
Money
is.
up, guys.
I'll put you down soon.
I'm coming. Owned.
Allies slain.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Seagull is the one person. We can maybe dive here if you want to go for tower. Oh, that's a salt down. Seagull's the one person on zone. Because he's the only person that I've witnessed in recent memory that zones me. This is just revenge. I won't do it to anyone else. He also level 1 invades. I mean, he's scum of the earth, isn't he?
I mess with him though.
I'm wasting too much time though. I'm losing a lot of farm for just trying to zone him and
The rain shall wash them away.
get tower.
Let me solo this, please. I can see if you left if you want.
I don't think they want to fight.
Your left tower is under attack.
Sol?
Ally has been slain.
Like, how useful are you, bro?
Be right
Let's get this Waven back. It's about time to finish up Hydras. It's either Hydras or actually no, I want to go Pendulum first.
With my blades.
Then I'll do Hydras after. Kinda want to get some cooldown going here. In case I get a good combo off, I want to be able to follow up with it.
Favor and make this quick.
After that was on tour.
Let's fight this shit. I'm just only playing in duo or solo. I'm never going mid.
Is that?
I have 6.
You hit like a vegetarian.
Tragic. Did not expect Thor to be here when everyone else was, well, dying elsewhere.
Your left tower is under attack.
Thor no ult.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think I also just in that specific fight learned why I should always go Hydras first. Because my mana regen is tragic. And I just actually went out of mana in Smite 2. Which is rare. Had a win trader after a 50-minute queue. Happens to the best. Okay. Well, I mean, at least we got him, but that was really awkward, and I just died for it. Guess we should have fucked off after he aegis.
Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, the amount of times that the mid laner today has rotated and gotten my tower is so frustrating. And it's different players too, it's not like it's the same guy doing it.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Guess I'll just defend the tower.
Your right tower is under attack.
Maya ripping.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That beats, but I felt like I was dead anyway. The fact that I even got a kill was lucky enough, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cancel that.
I mean, I do think we have a chance to win this. It's not going to be easy, but I don't really want to surrender. But if the team's mental is out, then it might be a surrender angle. I'll just leave it up to the team. If they surrender, that's fine with me.
Enemy missing left.
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Whatever. Guess I'll just grab tower.
Destroy the left enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
There's no buffs up to take either.
You move like a jaguar. Very strong.
I mean... surely Assault could have maybe chased him or something, but whatever. Fucking hell, bruh. Literally just ran from one side to the map to the other, just so I can back.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower is under attack.
Run my bow.
5 people here. Was not prepared, I guess. Dude. Thor no ult. And he's been walled off. He's dead.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Your titan is under attack.
Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Don't worry, I'll put you out.
Goodbye, old friend.
Not really too sure about why just surrendering this one, boys.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold furies.
Wait, did you? Who have 7th? Not you two?
No.
I have 6.
Of course.
No, I mean, last time I said 7th, but this one I'm definitely not anymore. It's so over. We have just no pressure anywhere. Don't really think we have a comp we can easily carry with either. We're all kind of playing gods that are really shit from behind. Like Achilles, Uller. Not the best gods from behind. But
Destroyed our left enemy tower.
I'm stealing a G.
yeah, Yana's ult down and Kokokon ult down, so we have a chance.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Overpower and manipulate.
Mine.
It was close. Close. Maybe we get a Phoenix here.
Attack brightly.
Rain shall
Okay.
wash them away. Yield. Stay here like a baby. Shut down.
Okay.
That's bad, because now the team has hope. Now that they will never surrender. But I mean that's yeah. I mean I don't think the issue is with our comp. We just kind of let them do too much. And with that I mean that in cases where we're just being doved or out-rotated, like that should happen way too much.
Enemy missing left. I will end this honorably. My enemy will find you.
I mean, if possible, I think we just don't fight. We just focus on farming. I don't think it's impossible for us to actually come back into this game. after the weird kills they decided to give us, but problem is we keep getting kind of caught. That's it. Some good damage.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
What? What damaged me? What? Was it a poly hit? Dude, I had heard not a single sound effect. Ding Wei, he's behind you.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Nice try, bro.
Such a sad state of
I don't know if they
affairs.
can do much with it though. Guess we'll see. The main pusher in Medusa is kind of dead, so. There we go. Dude. And Jingwei is such a broken character as well right now. Wow, I did no damage. Though I guess that's to be expected when you just kind of end up going PvE. I hate that you can't see how much you're winning and gaining anymore. I wonder if they did it on purpose. Where am I now? 5.6. Okay, well at least I'm not about to fall out of Demigod again. Or Deity. Still sucks though. Someone mentioned that to Titan Talk, so hopefully it gets fixed soon. Okay. I hope so. It's definitely annoying. Ooh, I got skins now. Pretty decent. I don't know. I guess the color scheme is kind of ish the same with the gold one, so it doesn't look as cool, but this one's pretty nice. Okay, I think I have to play something that's better early game in this next one. I keep picking something that needs a bit of farm to actually do something, I think. I'm gonna try and see if I can actually just win my lane. Even if I am winning my lane. And then someone else shows up and it becomes a problem, but I gotta try and see if I can just get an early lead and push it. Do you have a Mordred? I do, in fact, have a Mordred. He's one of the few Radiant characters that I have. He was my very first Radiant, in fact. But I haven't played him much recently. I don't like him right now, I think he's bad. A lot of people disagree with it, but I think he's way too easy to deal with. If you're against, like, another one building the lifesteal build, generally I think you have the upper hand on Mordred, because that's a good matchup, but I think Mordred loses to anything that has range on him. Because the lifesteal build just makes you really squishy, overall. So I haven't really enjoyed him much with the current builds. I'll probably pick something more lines of like Thor. Like either Thor or like a mage in some way that has good early game, like Vulcan or something. Aspect Vulcan, of course. I think into melee solos, the lifesteal builds are great. It's same thing with Bologna. She's literally unbeatable. Bologna is so broken with that build, but if you're meeting a mage like Aphrodite or something, you probably will struggle a bit. I mean, that's a lot of fucking damage, man. I don't think I can do anything about that. Mordred is still fun though, so I could still do a Mordred game. At least after I've done something else like Thor. Kinda in the mood for Thor. Man.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Oh man. Bro. Sure, I'll trade with adapting here. My comms don't work in the lobby, so I can't even respond. I can't even whine my ass off to him. What the fuck is focus? Oh, it's just my energy. Bro, what the fuck is focus? Oh, the effectiveness of orbs. Okay. Sure. Sounds great. Better orbs, yeah. I mean, he's still in this fucking thorn state. It sucks. I don't want to hit him. I don't have enough block power
I can
in
play
this build.
Suku. Okay, thanks.
Select your god.
As for me, mate.
That's a bit weird. I'm almost certain I just called that.
I'll try the bee skin. I haven't used the bee skin before. Alright.
I get it though.
I should have done this. Fuck.
Wait, adapting, would you like to play jungle? You can play Aladdin.
No.
Ah, okay. How's your day been, mate?
Ruined.
Why?
These fucking freaks in ranked.
There's too many of them going about these days.
Oh no. Dude, I keep forgetting to use any of my fucking flasks, man. This sucks. I mean, whatever, just upgrade all of it. Give it to me. You and your fucking defensive stance. I hate you. Just to waste my cards here for no reason anyway. Doesn't matter. Yay, Bologna. Good thing I'm not solo actually, but... At least the orbs will give me some nice passive damage. I mean, this is not good. My next card... How much is the thorn damage? 3? Because I can do this. There we go. Whew. Sure, let's do that. Yeah, this character is still... When I originally played for like years ago, I beat the game with this character. But now I use the poison girl, like the necromancer, whatever. So I kind of forgot everything about this character. Remove 2 cards.
I've been led astray, by the way.
Wow, what happened?
Bro,
shit.
that fucking Ymir was a Sobek on my screen.
Wait, on God, that was a Sobek actually. Yeah, true.
Yeah, and now I'm
Yeah,
playing
that's a bug, brother.
I mean, unlucky.
It's a beast game for me, I guess.
Gunter cheating for the start again.
I think Gunther just got auraed by Purple Orb, by the way. What's that brother doing in support?
No,
Wait,
dude, these
why
build
is
paths.
Purple Orb in mid again? I need to deal with this. Big shout out to Casper for the follow.
Ironclad lad, infinite armor OP. I haven't done much with the first dude.
Crazy follow.
Would I imagine he's probably like easier to make use of? I mean, this kind of feels like he's made to be the easy character, the starting character. But maybe I'll play more of him as well. I do think he's more fun
Been
than the
fine
character
till I
I'm playing
start
right
playing
now.
Spy again.
Yeah, sounds like a you issue, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
I feel
yeah,
like I
not
should play the easiest
fucking
one.
Game.
Because the easiest one
I'll
is
make
easier
it all
to
better, I'll make it all go
put
away.
throw my head around when I'm going from
I hope
Q
so.
to like 45-minute
You're
rail
the
games.
jungler, you've got the best one.
Bro,
First center.
a sequel guy needs to like actually like find like peace.
I don't think you can.
I
Man.
found my inner Zen a few days ago, dude.
Wait, really?
Oh God, that shit's fire.
I'm gonna find mine as Zen too. Fuck it. I just fucked my clear, I'm not find mine as Zen anymore.
Time to cream on.
We can just poke them.
Why are you giggling at that thing?
What?
Did you not giggle?
No. I'm saying this fucking guy's a weirdo.
I'm here. It's my bad.
I got shield, we can fight.
Yeah, surely win this level 3.
He's backing in the mid because he got fucking pounded.
They're coming for you, that's king. I'm gonna invade, so.
They're on red.
Ease with that.
I ruled them, yeah. I got shield.
I'm on my way to
He's
right
gank,
lane.
yeah.
You guys wanna fuck it up?
Can you fuck it up, bro?
They're going right jungle, both of them.
Guy's dead.
Shield for you.
Dead.
Let's fucking go, guys.
That's enough.
That's my jungler.
Thanks, guys.
Pretty cool.
Feeling really good about myself right now.
Just report Sigo.
Yeah, let's do that.
Even Gamehunter agrees, look.
Yeah, he doesn't talk, but he said yes to that.
Gamehunter did say yes.
It does what I mean, like he doesn't talk in the entire game, but he talks for that.
No, he does. He does. Game Hunter is my go. I love playing with him.
Are we lying now, or?
Yeah, I'm lying.
Yeah, I heard he made a Kukulkan go 1-14 yesterday.
Was it you?
Nah, that wouldn't be me.
Bro, I've seen your cuckoo, trust me.
I've seen the screenshot, so I can share it to you.
I'll screenshot.
So, fuck it.
Yeah, I have it, bro. I have your
Don't send
KDA.
that. Don't send. Oh my god.
Yo, I'm coming left. If you don't kill this guy, I don't know about you. Yo, Expo behind you, Expo behind you. I'm not even joking.
And Mia is
I'm coming with ult, I'm coming with ult. Play with me, I'm gonna hit it. Never mind.
Wait, you lied.
Stop lying, man.
Kill him!
Hey, kill him! Hey, kill him!
Oh man.
Nah, that's
stop
fucked
that
up, bro.
broken ass relic.
Bro, there's no way this guy doesn't ult off your fucking one there, by the way.
This French couple is terrific, bro. They aren't in hard here.
He's trying to keep the guy alive.
I know.
Bro, I swear to god, dude, like... They should have made this game 0 relics.
For real.
Can you get out?
I might be there. Yeah,
I think you
Mick is
might be
here.
dead too.
Agnes here, yeah, don't worry.
Yo, watch out, game go.
Yeah, they're gonna be in my purple, man. I need help.
Yeah, I might be on my way. I've got like nothing though.
Any rotators in the chat?
Yeah, rotate right here. Yo, get the fuck off the buff.
He has no jump yet. Clean.
I mean, we got the enemy purple. It cost me my life.
Yeah, we
right?
actually won the exchange.
Yeah, true. Support life for a buff. Any day.
We tagged those.
This comms is so active.
We can fight here.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't have
I'm
an ult.
going mid. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that ult
but-
is like red thing.
Okay. They're gonna get it though.
I'll back real fast for Lenny Bow.
I'm on the way.
Okay.
Nice. You're just better, bro.
Thank you so much, Adapt King.
It's like
King Cobra.
positiveness incarnate.
Kill this guy.
Yo!
I'm gonna die. I'm not
Bro,
gonna
you're
die.
so welcome.
Nah, my jungler is actually him.
I'm so fucking locked. I've never been locked. I'm not locked. I beg you, help me.
Do we do anything, guys? I'm here.
Yeah, there's 1 HP
Give
here.
me an ult, yeah.
Yeah, you guys got that.
Give me an ult behind you.
I'll defend mid, don't worry about it.
Because I think we gotta low-key start inting, so...
I got ya.
No,
Don't worry.
not happening.
No, man. After
think
our
we
last
can,
2 games, I gotta win here. Last 2 games were so depressing.
Really? But like a 10-minute surrender like isn't really that satisfying, you know?
It is, bro. They deserve it.
Really?
Yeah, I wanna see this. I wanna see the defeat in their eyes.
It's actually crazy. Purple Orb is the only one on their team with no deaths. Usually it's the other way around, no?
This is a French aura. They're inking.
Are you old now?
Oh, my disease it.
What the fuck, man?
Game go, what happened, bro?
Yo, the
People
jungler is
fly.
here. Where's my
That's what-
jungler?
I felt that ping too, to be honest.
No ping, just a
Yeah,
jungle
that's
diff.
why, Pablo, mate. I'm out of here.
No way, you're on him.
Ah, fuck it, Pablo. You know what? I'm here.
I got you, brother.
Yo, you got ult?
Nope, my ult is out.
Tiny coming right.
I can root him maybe.
Okay, alright, fuck that.
I got
no,
him.
Fuck that.
You kill him,
yo,
you kill him,
fuck
kill
that,
him.
yo, no,
You
fuck
pussy,
that.
kill him!
Yo, good job, bro. I knew you
Yeah,
were
go to go Dagny, go Dagny, go Dagny. Time to add a death to his column.
I just dash.
Any helpers
Oi.
for me?
No, we don't gold. Screw
Hey,
you.
Dal.
Come on,
I put my name on him. Come on, guys.
Hey yo! What the
Yo,
fuck?
seriously, Pablo, you need to watch out. Like, enemies down.
What do you mean?
down
There are two of me and you didn't go for free. Is
yeah,
it
we
three?
need to do gold, so.
Nah, Pablo, man. Excuses, man.
You don't get saying this. You're not even in the fight,
Yeah,
bro.
you fucking idiot solo laner. Like, what's your issue?
My bad,
You're in a
man.
different island. Like,
Yeah, like what he said.
You hear portal?
Right, that guy should kill him, no? I'm pretty sure my Suki wins that.
I'm to damage somehow.
But now I'm watching. I respect the
we're
one.
coming, we're coming.
He's Aegis. Oh, he's all going everywhere.
The rain shall wash them away. Double kill.
Ah,
Yeah, that's pretty clean, I'd say.
Fucking.
Don't know
we're
where
actually
Ymir is.
so
I would like to
hot.
fight,
This
but
guy, maybe?
And we're so hot and sexy.
okay, Ymir's mid.
No,
Oh.
Suck him in, bro. Not that fast.
It's fine, I got him, don't worry.
Bro,
No, it's not
did
fine.
You just did you just get a meal deal or what?
Come back.
I got my meal deal ripped off.
Yo, Pablo, get out.
Hey,
bro.
yo, that's dirty.
Bro, what?
You fucking bot blocking me, bro.
I would never personally, but
Oh, then my
I
bot.
wouldn't come even fucking close to you, mate. Like...
I would come close to you.
Whoa, whoa!
Yo.
Hell no.
Stop making moves on me. That's a good idea.
You better step up, I take
Nah, what are these comms doing to me?
Wait, my Suku's kind of good at the game now.
Easy.
Wow.
Arming the friends.
He can play the game 3 levels ahead, finally.
Yeah.
You just gotta give him some time, brother.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a little slow.
That's it.
No.
Oh my
again.
god. Blinded midair.
You're running away from.
Enemy
Nice.
has been slain.
Okay, my boy Dark is not happy about it.
It's just how we do it, to be honest. Like,
That's Agni does. I have ult if he walks up.
I'm
I have
gonna
ult,
take
I'm
the
ulting here.
tower. Okay. That's embarrassing from me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's a support div.
I know. I know it is. That's Aegis Agni. Adapting if you wanna kill him. I don't know. It's just optional.
Yeah, next
that's
play I
like
guess also. Next play I guess.
Be careful. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy.
No
No.
way.
Oh
That's
yeah,
Not the
Aegis.
glitch.
He's 1 HP. Aegis ult down.
At least you're trying to keep them in the game. That's nice of you.
I have to help them somehow, you know. I'm feeling bad for them.
Yeah.
He's still here, what the hell?
Fucking run at him, bro.
I'm
Yo.
doing it!
Kill him,
He
guys.
jumped.
Kill him. Seriously. I'll let you. I'll let you.
I'm making sure his tower goes into the wave. Well, other way around.
He's running away. Oh my god, he's so
Oh,
fast.
what am
There's
I
not much
watching?
he can do about it.
Sorry, guys. I got
Good
the
shit.
Agni.
Holy shit, I just witnessed some crazy
Middle tower is under
behavior.
So
Brain rot
start
comms,
rotating
pretty
some
much,
please.
yeah.
Just absolutely no need for you to be
Nah,
sat in lane.
I'm good on that.
Bro, my lane is so pushed.
I'm only like 3k up, Baron.
I can slap this guy.
He's just running away. I rode him, yeah.
You can ult him. He's
I'm
on wall.
behind.
Yeah, he has ult.
I'll give you portal.
He's just running away.
I'm like 9% sure this Agni doesn't have Aegis.
That's his ult.
Bye bye.
Man. Oh yes, behind you to the right.
Someone behind you.
You get 1 solo kill and one shows up.
That's the blown it back. Joe.
Oh my
Okay, he's Poseidon.
What the fuck did Janus do? Oh my god.
Yo, it's that
What?
Nah, it's too clean.
Yeah, I apologize. I apologize.
This is a type of like
That's
ranked
try this shit
comms
out, bro.
situations that I
Who
really
of them do you
missed
think is passing F7, by the way?
from Smite 1.
Purple orb plus
It's
1.
definitely not Gunter, I'll tell you that for free. I've seen that.
Yeah, Dark is probably F6, that's for sure.
Yeah, Dark and Gunter, defo pressing it.
I'm
My
gonna
boy
say
Purple
Star
Orb.
Palm
Yeah,
and
Star Palm
Purple
is
Orb.
F7 in.
Star
That's
Palm,
for sure.
Purple Orb.
No way.
100%.
Bro, Starpawn doesn't give up. He's got passion. Like,
Yeah, he's got the comms, he might be talking to them.
He's setting up the game plan.
Yeah. Preparing the combat.
Fuck, I'm
well,
feeding
there you
Gunter,
go.
man.
There goes the game plan.
Look at the Shiba. 3.
2.
Oh my god!
It's
you
too
had
late.
sir.
Yeah, you
That's
got
funny.
one.
Bruh.
That was so cold, holy shit.
Can I have some help, please? Hello.
Yo.
Just kidding. I didn't really need.
I was actually cold, counting down to it too.
Your team has destroyed
Bro,
the
this
pyramid.
god's so busted. You need to try it, that thing.
Maybe you're right.
Yo, let's get
Maybe I
gold.
will.
It'll take us not very long. If you were playing Merlin, it would have been even better, but I'll let you off.
Your team has destroyed the gold
Nice job, guys. Really proud of you all.
Yo, who is in the bush down here? You wanna come?
He's enemy here.
Yo, Seagull mate, look, turn around.
Yeah.
Stiff kid.
I'm ulting to you.
That's his ult down.
I'm on the way.
Oh,
I
he
hit
hit
him,
him
I
too.
think.
Your left tower is under attack.
Take them rocks, kiddo.
Enemy has been slain.
You want the speed buff? Can I?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't crit enough to the point where I think I can 1v1 Hu Yi just yet. His ability damage will just outdo mine. But, like, every single fight, I start out with
Yo,
getting a
fucking
good
we can
one
take
onto
them to
him,
Phoenix if you really want.
Rain shall wash them away.
into a
It's actually just up to you,
Looney
bro.
bow, but
Yeah, let's do it, bro.
I'm your apprentice type.
People in.
Yo, fuck this guy.
Very strong. Your left tower is under attack.
What's this guy think he is? Bomba!
He's running towards the left, so he's just gonna TP.
yeah, keep
I need
chasing him.
that! I need that gun!
Your left
You take my portal.
That thing, don't do this to me.
they hit like a baby.
I gave you an escape.
I don't
Oh my
take
god.
those.
I'm coming towards you.
Whoa, 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 whoa. It's just a support if I can't lie. I can't even blame you there.
Awesome.
Enemy has been slain.
You just sucked
You
them
don't
off
kill
like
this
that,
guy?
Pablo.
Get that meal deal. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that might just be a jungle diff.
We got the Phoenix, minute 16. That's good.
It's not that good to be honest. I think we could have got it 10.
Oh, yeah.
If that like solo anyone just grouped with us, but he's being selfish.
Yeah, actually, it's already fucking single.
MB guys.
Wait.
Get it together, bro.
Yeah, actually just get a grip. Fuck it, yeah.
Let's do FG.
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm down, I'm down.
Sure, I can TP over.
Pyromancer has
Yeah,
arrived.
come with us. Fuck it.
Yeah, it's pretty
Well,
boring
He's got
over
some
here.
that we
Yeah,
don't,
like-
so be careful. I'm coming.
I can't TP actually, never mind, I'm gonna stay right here.
Wait, Steve lied to
I
me.
mean, just fucking back and fly.
Game Girl, I didn't take you as a liar, I'm not gonna lie.
Your right tower
This is a
No,
this
this is
a
bullshit,
serious
man.
problem. Agni
I'm being
sees what's
chased.
going on. It's
Is
no
that
longer
good?
a problem.
You guys will be fine, they're both over here.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Get out.
Rain shall wash
Holy
them
shit.
away.
What a fucking attempt.
Guys, are we serious? This Tsukiyomi just picked up dagger.
I told
I
you.
fuck
that's
well
not-
as Suki.
Yeah, let's
Allow
all
it,
brick his
man.
house, fuck it.
I told you at the start to report Sigo.
I think we have a council meeting. Can we take tier 2?
Help!
Yeah.
There's an X-Ball in mid. X-Ball.
He's 1
X-Ball
HP.
in front of me.
I'm coming.
I'm like
His ult is down.
Guys are like dead. Yeah, you guys got that.
Oh.
Well, I tried to avoid his poison and it fucking hits me anyway.
Oh, we catch him for sure now.
Yeah, you guys got him, right?
Holy fuck, he's fast.
Whoa. I didn't want to ult him, I thought he would die, but
I thought so too. Unlucky.
it's fine, we got his
There's
Aegis.
Nagni, there's Nagni.
Finally,
I
I
have
have
ult.
a good item online. There we go. Deathbringer. Now I can fight. I don't play with the comms, but I'm starting to think I should. Like, these games are pretty rare. Like, you very rarely have this many people talking, but if you have, like, me, Dutch, or
You thought I'd owe him.
Seagull, like, there's some people that still talk a lot. I'll talk a lot if my team is talking a lot, but otherwise I'll be pretty quiet.
X-Ball no Aegis, Mr. Arctic Tundra.
But it's truly fun if you get games like this.
I'll allow it. Yeah, good job, guys. I'm really proud of everyone on this team. We're all doing really good other than that solo.
Next back.
I'll pick it up, man.
Yeah, you will, won't you?
The thing is, you can always, if there's someone really annoying, you can always just individually mute people. So, I saw those T-posing. The fuck?
No way, that don't hit.
Oh my god.
I just got so scared, by the way. Thank God you were there. You consoled me.
Careful, I think there's too many games.
I'm coming.
Getting ganked.
Yo, push mid, we're ending this game.
Oh my
Yo,
god, bro.
go.
He has no ult and no jump. Man, the Acne diff was too strong. I actually think I would have gotten the 1v1 if it wasn't for the random Acne bombs that showed up and stunned me.
Thanks.
My team's having so much fun, I'm just suffering. I'm the one
Around
getting
my
ganked.
triple.
Yo! I might have fucked up.
Chip a longer down.
I think that was my bad, to be honest. Sorry, guys. Well, like, I'm really embarrassed now.
It's okay, bro. Just reflect on it.
I'm not gonna reflect on shit. You just gotta forgive me, like.
I think we
Yeah,
got
I'm gonna need you to look out the window while it's raining next time.
I'm hosting a car wash this Friday, by the way. If you guys want to come.
In your location, maybe?
Fucking car wash. It's nothing I'd rather be do, to be honest.
Wait. I was close. I saw the vision there, Game Goat.
I mean, why that was going on me? I'm not allowed to play this game.
Bro, my support isn't getting their beat.
In all seriousness, no, I think it's time we actually try hard and win this game.
I got 1 HP.
We actually
I got
try
50 gold, maybe I should have fucked.
This is bullshit. Like, legitimately, they always just turn on me.
Lock in, I think.
Like, I'm fucking behind here, I'm hitting the low HP characters, and fucking Acne shows up over the wall and starts hitting me instead. I gotta sit back.
Where's this guy going?
Well,
Take him out.
first of all, I need fucking level 20. I'm support level now. That's just dash.
Wash them
Bruh, you cannot do my boy dog like that.
I
He got the
can
purple
and I
there.
will.
That is racist.
Wait, what?
Okay.
I'm gonna give you portals.
Has been slain.
I don't know if you need them though.
Do that.
Choice.
Attack the fire giant! Sweet ass molasses!
Can't believe they didn't F6.
I'm surprised they have an F6. These guys are like not quitters. I rate them.
They're
for
still
it.
in the game, bro. They're still in the game.
Look at this. Look at this damage. Look at this. Oh my god, where they go? Character busted. Am I right, game go?
Ah, let's do the F-Gen and this
Yeah,
game.
Poseidon is busted, I agree.
I actually is. I love it.
Yeah, you haven't seen this fucking shit, Baron. Full tank and I destroy them.
I mean, I haven't seen you really do much, so you are right. I think I'll let him have the dagger this time. Oh, he took it anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't even ask. He's so rude.
Right. Just ill-mannered. Just ill manners, like.
My bad, my bad.
No, you're alright.
Second time. Third time, you're out.
Ooh, out of what?
3 strikes and you're out, man.
Am I out of that
Out of the
car
car
wash on
wash.
Friday?
Yeah, you are.
Oh,
Yo, I need help.
I'm with you, brother.
I just smacked that guy with a wave over the nose.
I just did 300 on the ADC. What?
Destroyed a left enemy. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy.
Yeah, good job, guys. Fuck it, let's just end the game. I'm done with this. I need to get to the car wash.
Yeah, man.
Unfucking believable.
Yeah, kill this, man. Yeah, GG's guys, thanks for the game, it was an honor.
Yeah, close one. I had so much fun this game.
Victory.
Let's go, guys.
Yeah, they should wonky damage. Yeah, it could have been a lot more though than it was. But he was level 17, so like 1.1 with both of his like twos, like double 2. It's pretty low damage, I'd say, actually, compared to the amount that he can do. Getting a new filter for my sink. Alright, Wanari. Take care. Go get it. Dot damage doesn't stack though, it does. That's the issue with it, is that the dot damage does stack. I made that thing do 3k damage to a Bologna a few streams ago. The fact that it stacks is the main issue. That's how much damage they can do. I literally have a clip. If you go to clips, there is a... it might be the most recent one. It's called something like... Interesting Indeed Barrow, I think I called it. A Bologna went on me. And it just... yeah. It made it do a lot of damage. If you mean... well, if you mean by stacking that they can't both be ticking at the same time, then I guess I don't know necessarily about that. I always assumed they stacked because of the damage being that high. But if you're sure that it doesn't stack, then you might be right, but I don't know all the technicalities, but how much damage it's doing, I fully expected it to be stacking, because it does way too much damage. I think it is stacking. Oh my god, dude. It's gonna be Seagull on this Kulkin again. Bruh. What do I pick into it, though? I'll do Raw. If he's picking something like that, I'll pick Raw. What could go wrong? I think it refreshes the dot timer. No, you could be right. Could go for a shop. Wow. Shops are kind of rough in this one. There's only 2 shops and they're both really early. It's definitely not going for that one. That one sucks. That's a double elite path. Fuck that. Guess I'll go for that one. Oh, fuck. Not this, dude. Well, I'm glad I went Raw, because this is just another one where it's just a no frontline game. I'd rather just play a mage then. What's this? Oh, it gives me energy, okay. Yeah, from what I could see, like I obviously I did the majority of the damage, but I think he was finished off by the Naga, because he had a Naga chasing him. I'm pretty sure the Naga finished him off. Otherwise, I don't think I would have gotten a kill. But yeah, in theory, that is pretty much it. Yeah. I think this is an Aegis game.
Charms, hexes, I shall take them all.
I might. Fucking hell. Get the flare. Every time. I'm so bad at remembering it. Now, I do believe it has been nerfed a little bit since, so it's not as high. Like that one was pre like any of the nerfs. And I don't remember if it is being nerfed again in this upcoming patch, but
Minions have spawned.
all I remember really is the Suku nerfs, and then we're getting some of the lifesteal nerfs as well, like Sanguine being nerfed again, which is good. Being nerfed decent, but no B20. Okay. I imagine like the majority of, I guess, the casual fan base has probably been very vocal about it, which is why we're seeing that being nerfed and not shit like Wukong, because Wukong actually takes a little bit of skill to use, I guess. Even though I don't think so.
Come closer, if you dare. Come closer, if you dare.
Be careful left.
No, he always has Aegis. I fucking... Fuck. Go click on Aegis.
Come closer, if you dare.
Damn it. Not sure I could have really finished him off anyway with just my one, but... Should have expected the Aegis to come out.
Plus Vulcan going over, cause I think.
Come closer, if you dare.
I can rotate after my wave.
I'll back in TP. Goku and Dash is gonna come in behind.
A beak. Come closer, if you dare.
Solo mage with no life binder. Well, I only go life binder if I feel like I need the survivability. In this case, I don't think that's I'm gonna need it.
Attack!
That was always the plan. If I'm into another mage, I don't really need life binder. Then I just need damage. Big fat damage.
Your middle tower is
Also, it
under
just got
attack.
fucking dark in my room, so guessing the sun went away. And that means I gotta turn on some light.
Enemy missing.
Let's fix that straight away.
Enemy ultimate down. Come closer, if you dare.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left. A beak of power.
Attack the Gold Fury. Attack the Gold Fury. Wait.
Might be coming to the rocks.
Gaze upon your
Damn. Kokolgan showed up at the worst time.
Come closer if you dare.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Careful, retreat.
Falling back.
Your right tower is under attack.
I can come.
In range, wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think I stick around for my snipe.
Come closer if you
Tragic.
dare.
This idiot. We're both so fucking stupid. That's all I can say. We're both fucking idiots.
Power is coursing through me.
I actually kind of do want this.
A beacon
It's got a little bit of speed in the build. Not to mention a cooldown. Probably should have started with it.
Enemy missing.
Board here. Follow me.
On my way.
come closer if
Enemy has been slain.
gaze upon your
In range, shall wash them away.
That wasn't a waste.
Enemy has been slain.
come closer if you dare.
Oh, I backed in time.
Curses upon you. A beacon
Oh, it's support Artemis. I see.
Your death draw. Come closer if you dare. A beacon of power.
I'm quite surprised I haven't been visited by a jungler yet. I see CP on that. Support Scylla doing work at the moment.
Come closer if you dare.
I should have gone blink this game.
Enemy missing left.
In range, shall wash them away.
Coolcut is so annoying, bro.
On my way.
Fucking hell.
Hit like a flame.
Gaze upon your doom. Come closer if you dare.
Lane was getting a bit boring. I felt a need to rotate. Right now, Alta just can't really deal with Kukulkan.
Come closer.
Yeah, Poseidon's here.
You wanna bait him? Or maybe you're getting baited.
It's cracking on me. Kukulkan's behind the wall, he's 1 HP. Poseidon's going up to the top backs.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain. Thunderstruck.
A beacon of power.
I wish I had Blink, man. I really do. I could close the distance so easily on him. Let's just dash.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Okay, maybe not.
Come closer.
Fucking hell, bro. He's triggering all my snipes this game. Am I missing or is he juking? That's the big question. I'll take a kill, finally. Seems like it won't matter anyway.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
The fuck do I buy now? Double beam, maybe? I'll go Murden. Game's probably over anyway. Ra does not feel like a Murden god, though.
They're going after you. They're on it. I have ult here.
I ult as well.
They're leeching it. That's Artemis ult cracking on me. Kukulkan ult. Fucking hell, bro. Can't have both beats and ages, so I'm just absolutely fucking cooked there.
Are they on it? What the fuck? Boss.
Bro, I spawned. I died to a Kraken, got Kraken the second I got back into the fight, man. Some horseshit.
Desolation is the name of the game.
Fuck me, dude.
Your right tower is under attack.
Unironically, Artemis is the scariest one on that team for me. Because I cannot get out of all the CC she has. I will simply just get bored. And then trapped. And then probably just inside of the Kukulkan Tornado at that time. And ult and Kraken and Whirlpools and fuck, man. I'm so dead if Artemis is hold up. Welcome back, Poseidon. Games are going alright. Like, my team's winning. They're doing well. On my side of things, I'm just getting CC to death. Nothing new there. How did the word not spot Kukulkan back in right there?
The rain shall wash them away.
They're not on fire, but they're looking to dive me here potentially.
Let's just group into objectives.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I'm not sure where they are. They're around here somewhere.
Come here.
Cole, a Vulcan ult down. Fuck me, dude.
It's 1 HP.
Like, there's just so many around me all the fucking time. I can't deal with all of them. And I don't know where they are because we don't have vision on them. Time to just ward the fuck on out of this fucking jungle, I guess. This is not a good raw game so far. Why the fuck did I go Murden as well? I was thinking this game was so over because my team was getting so fed, but ever since I picked up Murden, we've been in a losing position. That's fucked. Fucked up day. I'm TPing mid.
They're on FG, guys. I guess we're just giving it.
I was dead, I couldn't see it. We just aren't playing around left at all, it feels
Why
like.
are we not playing the game?
Come closer if you dare. Your death. A big curse is upon you.
It's definitely time to log in. I gotta farm.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Ra is such a bad Murden character. The best I can do is double beam, but it's not really good.
boss bridge.
Cool, can just done. That's dagger. Fuck. Juking for my life.
Come closer if you dare. Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay. Ally has been slain.
Your left tower.
I hit the Bari.
Come closer if you
Your right tower is under attack.
a beacon of power.
This house doesn't really look that good.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Come closer if you dare.
Your left tower is under attack.
Curses upon you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
With the team comp they have,
Your middle tower.
it's really hard for me to get anything done. My build isn't helping. Alright, let's get rot before this next fight.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Gaze upon your doom.
Defend the fire giant. On my way. Grouper. On my way.
You hit it?
Okay. Okay.
Come closer if you dare.
That's the ultimate sound.
Took wages.
Enemy has been slain.
I don't know why the fuck I used.
Come closer if you dare.
Wash them away.
Come closer if you dare.
No, I missed.
Could you put FG, please?
Enemy has been slain.
Oh, Kugan is here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pyro.
Wash them away. Come Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
My damage is gonna be -5 this game. With the amount of snipes that I've landed.
They're 1 HP.
Ra seems really good. Yeah, he sure is really good. I mean, I don't think he's bad, but he's just one of those mages that need a bit more setup than most mages.
Be careful.
Come closer if you dare.
I just gotta look for snipes. Like, my ult cooldown is so low. There's no reason for me not to.
Enemy spotted.
Come closer if you dare.
Enemies in right lane.
A beacon of power.
Enemy has been slain. They hit like a baby.
Can we end?
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down.
Come closer.
Middle tower. Your left tower is under attack.
Come closer. Gaze upon your
Your team has destroyed the middle enemy phoenix. Attack left tower.
a beacon of power. Come closer if you dare.
It does feel nice being able to ability spam a bit. On someone like Ra.
Your death draws near.
The pyro.
Yeah, raw damage on towers is real good now in Smite 2 with his upgraded 2. Absolutely.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. The rain shall wash them away.
A beacon gaze upon your doom. Come closer if you dare. Your death draws near.
Destroyed the gold
Your fright.
That was wow.
Come closer if you dare.
Need healing.
Enemy spotted.
Attack a fire
Over
giant.
here. A beacon of power. Come
Okay.
closer if you dare. Gaze upon your
mean, that's a lot of shit down. Can we just start fire?
Attack the fire giant.
Sure, got you.
Come closer if you
What about the cookie?
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
come closer if you dare.
Ultimate is down.
The pyro beast has arrived. Your team has destroyed a right enemy phoenix.
Come closer if you
I am. Could have ages as well. I'll take it though.
Did you see me? I'm sorry.
The double beam actually worked out there, but yeah, it's really not very reliable.
Victory.
Bit of an awkward game, that one, to say the least. My low as damage, because I wasn't fighting at all. And when I was missing everything. Alright, I think I'll do maybe 1 or 2 more games. Still love to see a Cuckoo solo lose. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as someone who likes playing Cuckoo solo as well, I do think it is pretty good. It's very annoying to deal with, that's for sure. I'm not getting very good cards here. Fuck me, dude. I feel like this character is terrible into this mob specifically. Yeah, I guess hit me in the face with all your damage, bruh. That works. It's kind of nice, actually. I'll take that. Okay, I think next game I might actually go for something good. I gotta try and see if I can perform a bit better. That rock game kind of made me feel a bit bad. Because I think I was part of the reason why we almost lost that game. Not fully, but yeah, that was just a bit of an awkward game. I mean, this actually really sucks. The more I'm looking at what the fuck's happening here. do that at least. This kind of sucks. Soul Manager, what's up? Shibbolunke. Random thought if anyone knows here. How's the Windows 11 experience? I'm not an expert, but from all of the stuff I've heard, it's not great. So I also do not have it myself.
Select your god.
I guess I should ban Merc. What do I pick into the Merc then? What do I pick into the Merc? I think I need to kill this dude next round, otherwise he runs away with my money. Which would fucking suck, so... let's get some damage on the table here, yeah? Okay, thank God. I'm just hoping that they'll make it slightly better before I transition over to 11 as well. But I also not like I have no fucking idea how all that stuff really works, so probably wouldn't make a big difference for me. But I do have a friend that's very into that stuff, and he says it's not great. He says it's basically the same but slightly worse. So for now, I'll just stick to this. Do 10. Am I against Giannis? Also, I just now realized I'm against this same fucking thing again. Snooze. Yeah.
It won't happen again.
Looking like it. It's a Giannis. They have a really annoying comp for me as a frontline. Because I wasn't planning on building very heavy on damage, but... like, they're very split in terms of their damage output, because they have 2 mages. Dude, why do you do so much damage while also being the tankiest piece of shit in the entire game? I hate this thing. I'm not really showing it. Whoops. Oh well. Bluestone or warriors? Probably bluestone.
Follow me.
And I guess the good part is I can just go straight into a sanguine.
Okay.
No, they expected it, man. What the fuck?
I mean, if you do it every time, you know, it's gonna happen.
Oh no.
28.
Machine learning.
God damn.
Minions have spawned.
Fuck it. I'll start with my hammer then.
My strength is boundless.
Just to make sure that I make it in time. Might still be a few seconds late. Nope. Actually perfect going for hammer here. If only I had spin. Not having spin at level 1 does feel really shit. Dude, these creeps suck.
He's level 2. I'm 3. I poked Merlin hard in mid.
I always play so stupid into Seagull because I know he gets so greedy for kills. But I just shouldn't have done the level 1.
I'm strong here.
I don't have gym.
I'm going mid, bro.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hello.
Let's just back. Not risk anything stupid.
Mark's coming in here. I'm here. Yes, no dash, no dash. Like 5 seconds.
An unfortunate misstep.
I think Merlin's coming for this.
Alright, I'll just back off.
Solid dodge.
An unfortunate misstep.
Don't worry, Winari. I have a lot of mods that are never here. Don't you worry.
Rock's gonna halt you guys.
Tragic.
Be right back. Enemy has been slain. Cancel that. Be careful.
If he walks up, we can kill him.
He doesn't have flicker. I have no stun though.
Back.
They mark alt. Mark's in left jungle.
No problem.
Be right back. Careful. Enemy missing.
I guess I'll wait actually. I'll wait for my TP to get back up.
Be careful. Right.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in the right lane.
Okay.
Scrap.
Ultimate is down. Enemies in middle lane.
Mark no dash. They're going over here.
Be careful, right.
How's this guy a level ahead of me?
They're coming to right. They're coming to right.
Wash them away. Allies slain. Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack.
Join my tribe.
Okay.
I'm going on this guy. He's giving it.
Battle is won. Well shot.
Did you on his beats?
I'm here, I'm here.
No, I don't think he did actually.
I'm coming.
Chat, did Giannis beats? Did anyone watch? I don't think he did. I was waiting for it the whole time. Maybe I just missed it. Maybe he pressed it at the same time as his ult or some panic presser. He did.
Has been slain.
Good job.
That's my chat saying that
Mark
he did
Alting.
beats.
Okay, thanks. I'll gank left lane. Be careful. Right. Enemy missing.
He's behind us somewhere. That's his ult. I blocked them. I don't believe it. That's so funny. Oh, that's so funny.
I was waiting for him, but I didn't know you blocked him.
That's fine. You had to stay where you were anyway.
Your right tower is under attack.
Merc's left jungle. Going.
Yeah, I'll just back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, let's hold down. Janus, yeah, they're gonna dive me here.
Yeah, they're collapsing on you.
Janus beats ult. Merc ult.
Is under attack.
Yeah, should have just backed in time. Not sure I would have been able to though.
Back this. Okay, but me. Yes, no flicker.
It's pretty much on me. I feel like I shouldn't have died there. I also need to swap these two.
No flicker. And Thor no. I mean, fuck no dash.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can TP mid. They're gonna dive you.
I'll rotate, see if I can get there in time.
Man, everyone is constantly dying.
I'm moving, I'm moving.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is
Sanguine div, pretty much. Didn't want to have to ult, because I was probably just gonna miss it, or his ult was gonna get in my way, or whatever the fuck. Something was going to get in between it.
Need help, need help. I don't know where he went.
Fuck, didn't get tower after all. Yeah, that's all done. Fucking hell, man. Janus does not have cooldowns. It is actually insane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No flicker on Merlin.
Right tower is under attack.
Janus could commit, but he has no ult.
No fucking way.
I'm away left, or right, I mean.
Retreat, right lane.
Cancel that. Completed.
Join my tribe.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Nolan's one in mid. No flicker, he's backing out though. Good shit.
Wash them away.
Nolan beats.
Well fought. The battle is
Are they going gold or something?
I guess they might. I can take tower here and then rotate over. I guess I can't. Never mind, my TP is done. Fuck.
Right lane.
Enemy ultimate down.
I mean, like, well, dying to is the most predictable shit ever.
enemy has been slain.
I'm on the way, but I was gonna be there.
Vista, amigo.
And my support doesn't think autos, it is for this.
What do I do? I guess I'll go Freya's for cooldown.
They're diving right.
Your right tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Join my thrust.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Oh, they hit like a bear.
That's his ult.
I'll attack.
I think he's out.
Take.
Oh my god. Fat ass walls.
The rain shall wash them away.
I'm tipping rain.
Yes, no dash. Backing.
Virgil down.
We're coming. Good one.
Merlin beats.
Enemy has been slain.
Nice one.
Can we do
That's
gold?
huge for player. You should be able to. Janus and Geb only. Medusa no... Medusa no BT if she comes.
Just kill Gap, just kill.
Janus out on. Just kill a Geb, kill a Geb.
Wash them away. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
I'm coming for the Janus, I can maybe catch him. He has the portal to me, I think.
Enemy
The wind spreads are such a Janus buff, man. Dude,
Should we pull
Janus
fire, no?
Yeah, we can.
Janus uses the wind sprites so much better than so
I'm
many
gonna run
others
over.
because it's so
Have
easy
30.
for him to get around. Yeah, I'm on my way.
Well,
Yeah, just the pirate's fine. As well.
It's how HP.
Get roll out down. Just kill the gap.
Berg is low. That's his ult done.
I'm looking for the Merlin. Can we go fire now? Can we go fire now?
Yeah, I think so. They're split pushing right as well.
Merlin's one shot. He should be free.
Do we want me to go back and defend? No, I doubt you can do that, I guess.
Fuck it.
Merc is in front of us. Janus as well.
Janus behind you guys.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
I'll go back and push up right.
Your Titan is under attack.
Let me take on collapse. Careful for the Medusa. Medusa behind you.
Good dagger, I'm on my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Damn, almost got that yoink. Unfortunate.
that's like 1 HP though. Good.
Yeah, that was real close. Good one. We definitely gotta get some fucking towers with this. Have you remembered to stretch? I mean, just in general? I do a decent amount of stretching. Stretching is not my issue, that's for sure. General exercise is, though. Nice one, Hyris. I did not spin. The animation did, though.
Did he ult?
Yeah, he did. Murph is such a fun god.
Going left, I don't want to give it.
Gold.
Yeah, I think we gotta get gold. And maybe some towers in the right.
Okay, okay, I'm coming down. Just maybe wait for her. We don't have numbers.
I'm good. Let's get bolt. And Sunder, I think.
Your left tower is under attack.
Try to get a smash.
Oh, Janus behind.
Missed. Don't gold, don't gold. Don't get distracted.
Oh, I didn't press fucking Sanguine. I'm a big fat idiot. Stun Merc.
Janus in the back.
I'm not pressing any of my fucking
I
actives.
need to
I'm
heal,
such a
guys.
fucking idiot. Yeah, I think we just got out here. It's bad.
Don't die, we lose the game.
They're still chasing.
Janus up.
You're back.
I'm fucking dying with everything up, but I was also pretty low, so I'm not sure it would have
We
made
shouldn't
any
have a chase for
difference.
Janus, guys. It's really bad. You can now run away.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I'm back after 15.
Defend this with me.
kind of stiff, actually. Because I haven't played frontlines in so long, it's awkward for me to have 3 actives again. You never have that as a backliner. No mage or ADC ever really has that. I guess sometimes you can as ADC with Sunbeam and Looney and all that stuff, but... Yeah, this is gonna TP and ult probably.
He has dash, he has dash.
That's his ult.
Look at the Merlin instead. Turn around, turn around. Just play FG, guys. Play FG. Don't overchase.
Someone take care of the mid waves as well. Can we even do this? We're kind of split.
I don't know.
Maybe get,
not
get
without
Pyro
armor.
at least.
Janus might be dead. This carry, they're missing. Get well done, get well done. We kill the Geb or no?
Yeah, Merc is gonna ult.
That's Janus ult, Merc ult. I'm fine.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
I'm coming. Listen to me.
A warrior's tool.
Gotta get some fucking wards as well.
Drinking is for the halls.
I have TP if you guys can stall time. We have bomb. They should not get this for free, guys. Don't FG, don't FG.
We got Janus. I'm
It's
ulting.
15k only.
Yeah, it's full HP. They're leeching it. They leeched it.
Gab's getting fucked. Gab is getting fucked on the side. If you guys can live, it's huge.
They're really low. Merc is like 30. Gib is 30.
Just
Just get
die,
out. Yeah, just get out if you can. Just
I'm
get out.
spawning.
They can't do fire with this. Just get out. Merc ult down.
I'm almost here.
They're chasing Dutch. Medusa 1 HP in the gold camp.
He's like 1
Or in
HP.
the Harpy.
Merc backed. You can go in Merc backed.
No, that's my bad. I got greedy.
I'm defending mid.
Pretty sure I got Merlin beats though.
I'm taking-
Defend fire.
They're gonna FG.
Should have had Spectral. I completely fucking forget because it's so rare that I play frontlines these days.
Well, you can clear the wave, I guess. Or you can clear the wave. No animation. They're not on it.
Merc will try and ult you, I think.
Janus is in left jungle. Janus is on the totem. That's beats Janus.
gonna do it. Did Giannis beats?
Yeah, he has no beats, he has no beats. Don't get baited over here.
The Pyromancer has arrived. The rain shall wash them away.
Just live now. Nice, yeah, no beats.
Nice.
I'm gonna go hold mid. Get a high speed push for mid the mark. Just wait for us to come, guys. Do a 3v3, you 3v3, just play slow. I just don't want this mark to backdoor everything.
Yep, it's fine. I can wall him off in mid if I get there.
You can try, yeah.
Oh my god, my TP didn't go off.
Nice
Tragic.
one.
No.
Phoenix is under attack.
We need to push up right a bit
Oh,
though.
that's clipped.
Nice, huge one.
Enemy has been slain.
Guys, I'm gonna go back and defend right. We're gonna lose that Phoenix otherwise.
Yeah, you can. Marcus, just go zone. Just go zone with me. Let them 2-man it. They can 2-man it. We have Nagas. I don't see them.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Attack.
I think gold. No. Yeah, they're not even on gold.
Take this jungle buff. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Attack right. Group up.
That's huge.
Gap dashed. Which is him. He's border.
Let's see some matches.
I'm still 2 towers, boys.
Yeah, we gotta get some towers. Purple, come with me to the tower.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Hey, what are they doing in Phoenix? It's a good question. Sometimes we just get greedy, you know? Just tank it up, Buckles. We have time.
Get more cult.
Dude, the water is in the way.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix.
I couldn't see shit.
Be careful there, we're gonna low, guys.
Yeah, just get out. I think this is getting risky.
Just get out now.
Keep an eye out for the unassault. Yeah, I mean, I think we could have gotten the Phoenix, but I guess we should have waited just a little bit, because Marcus was getting really poked after tanking the first two.
Looking for picks.
Yeah,
Let's just
I'm
get
on
that
my-
pyro.
You guys can two-man pyro. I just want to make sure Dutch doesn't die alone here. Yeah, I don't think they're looking for it anymore.
See more. I think we just get vision ready. We play for gold actually, maybe.
Sure.
I get a 3k if we get it, so.
Can even look for Gap.
Maybe.
He's both.
Actually, we just run him down, yeah. Just kill him.
I'll ult for him.
Yeah, just make sure he can't TP. He's gonna bore, by the way.
Oh my, I was mental of Discord.
No fucking way.
Enemy has been slain.
Alright, just go FG. Just go FG. Careful guys, careful guys.
Attack the fire giant.
I missed my wall twice. That was terrible.
Kill it, John. I have to defend mid.
I just jumped sadly.
Oh, purple, stay, stay. We can't do fire now if you're not here.
He's missing.
Smoke rolled.
You ulted, yeah? You guys need to be careful in left.
I just got one shot. Yeah, get out if you can. That's my bad, I didn't realize the wall here.
I don't know if we can defend.
I think that was Merlin beats though. Fuck, I did not realize they were just sitting there. Nice, just get out if you can, just get out, just get out. Huge.
Macro is a dagger.
Yeah, they need to
What the fuck is
defend
deal
Phoenixes.
with you? Good shit.
You're still the harpy following you, Purple Orb. It's gonna go
His
die
name's
to the
not
Phoenix
Purple
now.
Orb, His name is Porp.
Porb. I mean, I don't feel tanky. I mean, this is obviously wrong, but what the fuck? I'm sure 1 Janus 2 did 2.6 to me. That's definitely what happened.
Word cap. I'm purple. Janus here.
On my way.
Janus ult. Marcus, use dagger.
Hold them off.
Strong cap.
He's getting low. My bad, I guess. Really thought we could fight that.
I can make a player, I think.
I think we just give it.
It's a lot of damage. Good poke. Just pillar the minions, Dutch.
I just don't die.
I gotta stay back way further because I'm kind of like our main like potential frontline CC that we have, so I need to stop going in like that.
Well, I killed the mark, I guess.
I saw the double dash, that's crazy.
Yeah. I thought maybe I could kill them all if I got a good stun.
Your Titan is under attack.
It's an A for moment.
I'll attack the fire giant. On my way.
Yeah, if we get Pyro, do we get that left Phoenix?
Yeah, attack.
Just careful, I'm defending right.
Yeah, it is a Phoenix for sure.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
I think it's gonna be 1 HP.
Team has
Oh,
destroyed a
never
left
mind.
enemy
I'll take it back.
Be careful left. Group up.
Okay.
It won't have enemy ultimate yet, Captain.
Here's a group.
Merc on...
My hands are getting cold. Fuck, man, it's chill in my room.
Be careful, middle.
Your left tower is under attack.
Smashes gap.
No beat on me for 20.
Your left
Gotta wait for that.
is under attack.
Right behind us.
Enemy has been slain.
I don't even know what happened in the back. Just trying to wall people off.
Your Titan is under attack.
Tragic, I'm not even sure what happened.
One Merc basic 1200. It's a W.
I guess Merc is something I gotta start banning. He's pretty tough to deal with. Hmm. I guess I should have just looked for Merc in most of these fights. Probably would have been the best idea. Oh well. What time is it? Maybe I'll do one last. Looks like adapting is done, but I'll do one more. Just one though. Like that game is a pretty decent example of why I tend to just play mages instead. Because it clearly worked. So it's not that, it's just I feel once you hit late game stages, you're getting one shot anyway. Like why I might as well just go full damage. That's where my issue comes in. I think in competitive it's a different situation. But for ranked play, it just feels kinda bad. Thor was fun though, but it's pretty fucking boring into a Giannis. I think anything is boring into Giannis though. He's just so hard to kill. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a double-edged sword for sure. Because this game went as well as it did, more than likely also because we had me on the front line in this game. Like, the Thor did a lot for our, like, early to mid team fights. It's just once late game came around, I had to be so careful on how I positioned myself. And that last one, honestly, I just don't even know what fully happened. Like, all of a sudden, we were just on the back foot and trying to run away, while I ended up being out of position, but, like, Medusa weren't even in the fight. I'm assuming as Dutch probably, like, what happened to Dutch, he probably just got one shot by Merc somewhere. And that kind of started the whole us trying to retreat without me even realizing it was going bad. And suddenly I was just giga out of position. This sucks to be on the clock where your playstyle just gets worse and worse the later it goes. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what they want it to be, as weird as that may be. I do think tanks are definitely a little underwhelming late game right now. But I do think it's the right mindset for a frontline to get weaker as the game goes. The game needs to end, right? You can't just have infinite tanks. But I think my main issue is that carries aren't weak early. Like, they just get progressively stronger and stronger, but they're still pretty fucking powerful early on, when they're realistically not supposed to be. I think that's a big difference from Smite 1 to Smite 2, is that carries were actually pretty fucking weak early on. But now they're powerful at all stages in the game. So the only problem is no defensive 3k pot, but that shouldn't be. It's just gonna make games way too long. It was a problem with Smite 1. I think 3k pot defensive pots is just a bad idea, because it just prolongs games so much. 3k pots exist to end the game. Like, once you get to the point where you're full build and you get a 3k pot, like, it's pretty far into the game. The game needs to start to end. So I'm definitely a big defender of no 3k defensive pots, because I think I think it's bad for the game. It will just make some games really, really long and unnecessary. You'll just have some games where like the whole team is so tanky, but they just can't end necessarily because they don't have the damage to end. Because everyone is fucking tanky as shit. There was so many Smite 1 games they ended up being 1 hour plus, or like there was a point in average game was like 45 minutes in Smite 1, and it was those types of metas. It was when tanks were too overpowered and just could not be killed, but they also didn't do enough damage to just kill everything. So you just ended up in a stalemate at all times. It's really boring when it ends up in metas like that. There's definitely a balancing issue in Smite 2, without a doubt. But I do think this is better than some of the super tank metas that were in Smite 1, because they were just boring. Even though they were more balanced, they were definitely more boring. There's also another side to it, is exactly that if you feel like you have enough damage and you're just thinking, okay, I mean, I guess I want to be more tanky, and you're just buying 3k pots on someone who is already one-shotting people. Now they're just extra tanky.
Yo, Snotty, I'm afraid you're not getting the Kukulk in this game.
That is definitely another side to that. Anyway, let's see what's happening here. Ugh. Oh no, I'm getting tired, which means I'm getting hungry. Well, I am hungry. Why am I mid though? And we have given Tsukuyomi, eh? We've given Tsukuyomi. Well, it's the only character I feel like playing right now. That's Akate. Dude, the enemy is so fucked. No Suku ban GG. Not necessarily. I'm actually thinking more about the Umoja. If I'm scared of anything on that team, it's Umoja. Granted, for me it's gonna suck definitely not being able to go beats this game into that Umoja. But I mean, Aegis counters Tsukuyomi so hard that it's the only reason why you can definitely still play, or just let him open. You can just bait him with Aegis. He's still broken as fuck though, don't get me wrong. Maybe it is cooked, we'll see. I'm definitely kind of cooked in this game. Scoring pretty bad. And everything does 1,000,000 damage for some reason. Okay. Gotta go Aegis. Maybe I go to shifters this
No
game.
intent this time, okay, Sigo.
What do you mean anything?
I mean, bro said he wouldn't die on Janus, and he died a lot.
I don't think I ever said that.
Yeah, maybe you were lying.
Yeah, I got that perfect body block on you there behind the tower.
Bruh, I mean, that's a counter matchup, man. Can't be allowed to do that.
There is no counter to Janus.
Holy shit.
That's Capachungus Deluxe. Forcing pretty good into it.
Yeah, bro said Thor wasn't tanky, so...
Yo, Gamehunter, were you a tank that game?
I was until like 30 minutes in. Then I wasn't.
Yeah, there you go. He was fucking being a tank. Thank
Yeah,
you for the
until-
answer. He didn't know.
Until he lost the whole game, actually, yeah.
Yeah, until his team trolled him, but he was a tank.
Oh, okay.
And you were useless until late game. You were the opposite.
I won the whole game for us.
Yeah, you're lucky.
That he and that Anher got tapped up, man.
That's true.
Oh, I missed that one
You're
happen
not lucky,
actually.
You're the goat. My bad.
I know.
Mine hurts getting finger. Maybe
I
I'm
don't
getting
even know what
finger
happened
also.
in the last team fight. My team was just dead when I looked back.
They were hiding in a bush, and I pressed 4 on them. And then your Anher knew who you had to leave, and then they died.
I don't know why I threw up my ward there. That was actually stupid.
Okay, my chalice is bugged. My fucking bamboo. I leveled my 3 for pressure. Maybe I can walk up. Where you jump? Maybe you jump.
A little midnight magic, clean and precise.
I don't think we can fight that one purple orb.
Midnight mischief never hurt anyone. Much? Sweeping you away, one spell at a time of the night. Guide my aim.
They're coming from behind.
Yeah, probably you might just behind you. Ah, she's in there. I'm coming mid. Hoyi's here. Hoyi's gonna go in. We probably kill the bro. I'm here. He's got speed buff, like, oh my god. What the fuck does he have speed buff? Is it the mid camp?
Yeah, it's the mid camp. It will. So cool ages, by the way.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Even the midnight hour grows weary. Cleaning up out of the shadows and time my trap.
Took on the filings.
Be careful left.
Wanted to make sure he wasn't just gonna dive me here. Do I go Gem of Focus? I think I kinda have to. Need some kind of movement speed to stay safe.
Just under.
Oh, Sab is in this game? I didn't realize.
Why are you hitting the buff?
Well, now I
No
feel
one
like we're
has
really
thunder.
fucked. Didn't realize they were that stacked.
Okay, I didn't know then. Now where you're living, I have fucking shell, bro.
Your left tower is under attack.
Whoa, the one last game curse.
I'll go to mid.
Bro, what the f- Can I not use my ult when I'm Bro, can I not ult when I'm disarmed? What the fuck was that? I was fucking spamming my ult and I wasn't CC'd. It was before the stun landed. Literally here, because I know he has Aegis, so I could just fucking ult him into tower. I mean, he probably would have ulted as response, but I had Aegis
Yeah, it
for
looks
that.
fun.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wings of the night, guiding my way, one spell at a time.
So Kujimoya ult.
Cleaning up, one burst at a time.
I really wanted to just get one of them. Didn't want to give them full Oracle, but oh well. This game is feeling very cooked already, that's for sure.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, that's too bad.
I'm on my way as well.
Yeah, just go on the Kujimoya.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Does he have jump?
He has no jump. But
This
I can
piece-
root him after. I root him. There you go.
Your left tower is under attack.
Got a haircut and watch the Valo finals. Are we winning? No. Lost the last one, and this one is looking pretty rough as well. Last one was such a throw. Unfortunately.
I'm coming towards me. I have shield, I have lifeline.
Clean and precise.
I had shield for you.
I mean, that god is so broken. Wait, you had shell for me?
Yeah, but when I saw you Aegis, I was like, okay, maybe you're alive then. I mean, just fucking... I don't know. We're gonna die anyways. Fucking Pelly just died.
No. I honestly also didn't think my Aegis was going to run out.
I guess he's just killing everyone. Yeah.
Some other time.
Your left tower is under attack.
They just have such a broken comp as well with Yamoja and Suku. There's not really much I think we can do, especially if those two are just running the game. Those are quite literally the two hardest characters to deal with on their team, and they're both getting fucking fed.
Purple up on 7. They're probably here. Yeah, Jamai is in front of me.
Suku is coming as well.
Any helpers in the chat?
I don't know.
Then Shimoya har ult.
I guess I'm just dead as well.
Yeah, I mean this game.
Emoja's under.
We're chilling.
Yeah. It was a mistake to do another game.
Your left tower is under attack.
And you expect Barbalo to win against Dark?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have any chance of winning this. We have so little pressure around mid, it's insane.
Like Jessica, you miss Aegis in for me.
Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Sego, press it.
I've already have 7 minutes.
Oh dear. I'm
Got one kill though before we ended that. Alright, I think that's just gonna be it for me. I was just gonna do one more, but now it's edging on the... It's getting too late. I want to get some food. Sucks that the worst game of the day ended up being the last one. Alright, where did I end that? I feel like, I mean, I lost quite a bit, like 150 today. Not great. Not great. But there was some fun games in there. Alright. Thank you guys for stopping by as usual. I really appreciate it. I will